I got it from the Long Bacon store, of course. Hello, 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 hello. Hi. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Alexi. Welcome, Timpy. Welcome, everyone who's lurking and having a good time. Hello, 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 hello. We love Long Bacon store. We do. We do. We do. I don't know why, but it's like, you go to the Long Bacon store, and I find a fuck ton of lesbians. It's crazy. But yeah, that's why Long Bacon store is the place to be. For real, for real. But howdy, hey everyone, how we doing today? The court is in session. Woo! Hi! Hello! Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing? We are just about to get started here. Let me just bloop and hello. Wow. Wow. Hello. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, and thank you for checking in, Tim. How are we all doing? How are we all feeling on this fine Morgan Monday? On this absolutely fine Morgan Monday. I'm feeling pretty great. I'm feeling pretty great, y'all. Not gonna lie, the break I had, the week off, fucking fantastic. Fucking fantastic. Holy shit, I really needed that. I really needed that. Of course, a lot of what made it so, honestly, just absolutely restful and super duper ultra special was thanks to a certain someone visiting. Thanks to a certain special someone visiting. It was really nice. And I'll cherish those memories for a long time. It was really nice. But, whoa, yeah. Wonder if Timpy has any idea who that is. No, you don't? It's a bummer. It's a bummer. I was hoping you'd know. But anyways. But yeah, no, it was just a great week, and I really needed that. I really needed that break, I think. I have an unfortunate tendency to just keep going and going and going and going. Always feeling like I'm needing to do something, so having a break was very much needed. Like a break where I could just truly just relax and focus on the people and the things important to me. I played a lot of RPGs too. I played like a lot of RPGs. Like, it was mostly Pokemon and Live Alive. But I gotta tell you, Live Alive cooks. Live Alive cooks. Live Alive cooks, and y'all should play it because it cooks. It cooks hard. I honestly want to write a review on it. It's like, I honestly want to write a review on it because it's so freaking good. Ah, God. But yeah. Wowee. But yeah. All good things must come to an end, though, and so my break has ended. But new good things always happen. They always do. There's always something to look forward to. At least that's what I think. even if you don't know what that thing is yet, there's always something good to look forward to. I don't know, it was just really life-affirming. But I missed this. I missed streaming, and I'm so glad to be back. And we are so ready for more of The Devil. Episode 2. So glad you enjoyed your break so much. It was so good. It was so good. Very Yuri-ful. Happy New Yuri, everyone. Anyways. We've got ourselves a case to continue. Yuri! Yuri! Right on, gamers. Alright. We have ourselves a case to get to. So why don't we just hop right into it? I gotta remember the voices for these characters. My goodness. Floor 48. Morgan, please, this is... Hold still and relax. This'll be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what? To what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? Bro knows his makeup! Bro knows his makeup! Lunar New Year, the ushering of the year of the horse. Big implication for Umumuse fans. No, that's so true, wait! Wait, this is the year of the horse. And 2020 Yuri, as we all know. As it is known. I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're very clearly a devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. They're getting into the aesthetic appeal. They're getting into the aesthetic appeal, which honestly, I respect. I respect that a lot. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. Sarah. I fucking love Sarah. I love Sarah so much. I'm so happy to be playing this game again. Holy shit. I'm already laughing. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? Actually. I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypothetical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenants to guide her programming? Winter! Hi, Winter! Hello! I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedom. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. Courtrooms by day, courtrooms by night. God, it never ends. Oh, goodness, true. Hi, Kyo. Hi. I will lurk until I fall asleep. I hope it's going well. Right on. Yeah, do what you need to do, especially since this is episode 2. Don't want you to get spoilers. Unless you've played through it all already, which, like, I don't know, maybe that's possible, but that would have been, like, just a few days. So, I don't know. That seems unlikely. But, yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for all of us. For us all, then, the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without the wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. Fuck. This analogy's going all over the place. What? Goddamn. It was a nice try, Sarah. Forget about it. Do whatever you want. Whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you... Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Wait, are we really picking, Sarah's dialogue now? That's crazy. That's so cool. Let's see. Tattoos. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury gonna ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I do. As a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A komainu on my back. Komanu? I'm not sure. Komainu? A guardian dog. Can I take Sarah home? I want to talk to her all the time. True! Ah! Daughter! My daughter. Ah! You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador? Or like a great, fierce, a big dog? Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design. Like, say, like a turtle. No, I'm sorry. No, wait a minute. No, this isn't. What? Huh? Sarah, hey, Sarah, hey. So you're telling Yakuza to change. You're telling a Yakuza to change their tattoo to something like a dragon. Motherfucker! Ah! Shit! And circle. I swear to God. Oh, that's really good. Fuck. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Okay. Anyways, be real. If you were writing this, would you be able to resist the temptation to put in the reference? That's a great question, honestly. Also, hello. Hello, Enyo. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that at times, some women have expressed... And men, no doubt. Hey! Let's go, Sarah. All that I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Damn it. 2 for 2. 2 for fucking 2. 2 for fucking 2. Okay, let's move on. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. Oh, I love it. I love how they just like tie it. I love how they tie in the bonus interview stuff. I love it. I love how Sarah is just trying to learn shit. And then they tie it in. It's canon. I love this game. That's so good. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble. Just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history. Oh. Well, then she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai. It was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke. Here, I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. Morgan, you... Goddamn. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. Ah, yes, the Roman Empire. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What do you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Hi, Holly. Hello. Thanks for checking in. I hope you're doing well. Holly. Thank you for the stretch. Old ways. Criminal Empire, Roman Empire, the only difference is the Romans minted their own coinage. Haha. The only difference is who makes the money, baby. Haha. Thank you for the stretch. Well, he's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. Oh my fucking god. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. God damn! Whoa! Okay. Alright. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhehui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path. And the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big friendly charities. Does this Soapy? You flattened the Soapy? Oh no, I'm flat. I've been flattened. Oh dear. Oh dear, how am I gonna play video games now? Frick. Hi, Dehono. Hello. How you doing? How you doing? I feel like everyone's being unfairly mean to Sarah. And I think she deserves better. Real, honestly. I mean, Morgan's honestly just that kind of person. She's just kind of like the one who pokes at people all the fucking time, every time. Doing good. I'm snuggling with my cat. Oh my god, that sounds so cozy. That sounds so cozy. I'm doing great. I'm coming back after one of the best weeks off I've had ever with a loved one, and we are vibing. We are now vibing. Whoa, 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 wow, wow. Can't believe you're flattening me, Holly. I can't. That's so messed up. Oh no. Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the Mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences. I see. Fancy way of saying... That's a fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes, technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So, the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work. But I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist... The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said, or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city? Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Finally run out of steam? On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. Una! It's Yuna! Hello, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. You've never been inside a courtroom? Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours. You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikarias around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state. How understanding of you. I'm doing good. Just finished baking. Ooh, yay! Yeah, I saw you posted a picture of the dough. What'd you end up making? Just some bread, or? And I am doing well. Just the first stream back after one of the most amazing weeks. After one of the most amazing weeks I've had. Very restful. It was super restful. A ginger loaf? Ooh, heck yeah. Adonai. I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone. Understand? Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case progression. Yuri. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? Emma! Emma, hi! Hi! Hi, Emma. Hi. Hi. Hey, girl. What you doing? Okay, anyways. He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? It was Emma's birthday last week. True! Happy late birthday to Emma! Happy late birthday! Oh my god. Thank you for the watch streak. That's cool. It's always good to see you around, Yuna. Big hearts. Timby, can we shout out Yuna? She's kinda the coolest. Sosuke seems to give a lot of loyalty to an organization, but excuses when it throws him under the bus. I can relate. Oh my god. Goddamn. Yeah, no, for real. Yeah. Yuna was the one who initially recommended or who reviewed episode 1 of this game and what got me to try it. And she's the one who got me to try it in the first place. So actually, hang on just a sec while I'm at it. I was gonna shout out Timpani because she's also the coolest. Hehe. Yeah. Because she's also the coolest, and she's been streaming of the Devil episode 2. She's further along than I am, so what the heck? This is my stream. People know who I am. But please follow my friends. They're awesome. They're also my co-host for the Midnight of Azure Seafoam that we held last year, and it was amazing. Oh, good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we can? Oh, look at these two. They're so gay. They're so gay. Fair enough. Yuri. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like, going out? No. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. Would hope we'd progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it? Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. I've never understood the phrase slept like a rock. Rocks are never awake, they can't be asleep. Wait, can you not, like... Okay, but that just brings up the question, can you not sleep if being awake isn't an option? Like... I don't know. I don't feel like that's in the definition of being asleep, you know? You just haven't seen when a rock awakens yet. True. I mean, did you watch the Sonic Adventure 2 stream? Those rocks woke up. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. Well, alright. Rot, huh? So you'd rather that the death of a police officer gets the same treatment as any other citizen? Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. Slept like a baby is also silly for different reasons. Babies wake up every half an hour. True. Slept like a baby is the toughest sleep of someone's life. I swear. That's actually a really good point. I do agree. I do agree with that one. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. Whoa, Emma, okay. Whoa, Emma. Hey there. That's scary. My goodness. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that? Of course, shooting deaths are down. But do you know how many missing person cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What? You don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work, they came home, paid their bills, and they had disappeared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic, with a sharp corner, we think. It was roughly a cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through the snow. Kicked into the bay, might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap. That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to... You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK. With a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. Ah, sorry, right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin? Now where would the fun in that be? Now where would the fun be in that? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's making me nervous. My goodness. Goddamn. Goddamn, Diana. For real. For real, for real. But yeah. Whew, that convo. My god. Courtroom. 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. Doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy in any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations, but the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring, all of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though, even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rabble. We're beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Fucking Sarah, okay, what? Sarah, chill. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once. What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they looked the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character? Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes. A punishment for the jury or the defendant? Alright, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case... Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for presiding so honorably. I do try. Try. 'Cause it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes. Oh, what's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you're trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. AD4. What? What? These are adjutants. They basically stand in for judges. And we got the one that is very eccentric. So shall we begin? Oh, holy what? Your credit's always good here. Court is now in session. We got the best one. True. Now let's crack open these opening statements and get this case summarized. Oh, you haven't met 80 yet? Welcome. True. Welcome to 80. I don't understand how she allowed to serve as a student like this. I don't get it either, but, you know, it's fine. It's fine. It makes it funny, so it's fine. This is normal, what do you mean? True, actually. It's how they're all standardized as. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court, the defendant in the case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot dead. One was stabbed in the neck and another had their skull bashed in. And a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Whoa. Cop-killing piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here may intimidate you. But I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth, that the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact, and the only one you need to concern yourself with? Oh, she's cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic. So if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. The gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage. The jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. It's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to deal with the razzle-dazzle. Oh my god. Oh, are we gonna see Morgan try to razzle-dazzle? Oh, fuck. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as... What? We're picking? Why are we picking? As wild. What? What do you mean? The fuck do you mean? I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. What? No, wait a minute. That could only be described as wild, unspeakable. Unspeakable. Put some pizzazz into it. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls. Felt the... Ooh. Felt the malevolence. Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because the sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing here next to me here, not even fully healed from his... Ooh. Torture. From his torture, was taken into police custody with laceration, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that? You want me to object to an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too! This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones, or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty-looking loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. God damn. That voice. Well, I had to give the appropriate voices for who we know are in the crowd. Anyways. Yes, Your Honor. So is 80 just running this courtroom like she's a VTuber? Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. Apropos voice for the peanut gallery? Yeah. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. Huh? So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You're telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups a day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Do you want to snooze? No. No. How much time do we got? Just like a minute? Okay. Yeah, we can probably just go ahead and... We could probably take a break in just a sec. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? We'll see what she means by that in a few minutes. Okay. We are gonna pause here. Actually, wait. Let me go to the menu. Let me go to the menu first, because I think that would be better. What a great return to court. True. Terms. Return. Profiles. 80. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. What the fuck? And Mireille. Alright. We shall be back in just a few minutes. Make sure you get up, stretch, get water, do whatever you need to do. And I will see y'all in just a few minutes. See you in a bit. All right, we are back. We are back. Whoa. Okay. All right. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Bap. Let's grab this. GFA. Genetic factor authentication and passport security system where live blood samples provided in combination with the username and passkey. Huh. And then the tenants. We have a decent amount of credits, so that's good. Ooh, let's change the charm that we're using for the trial. You should gamble all of them? True, I should. Let's go, Sarah. Actually, since we're in court, we have 21 store credit. Let's grab that. Oh, this is so cute. Why does this charm... Okay, question. Why does this charm look like an Isaac, like a Binding of Isaac character? Like, this charm kind of looks like a Binding of Isaac character. Sorry, I'll get back to it. But yeah, we'll have 80. Binding of 80, true. Alright. Alright, Morgan, what do you mean by that? Your name and occupation for the record? It's the fucking Cade! It's the fucking Cade! How can that even be necessary? If some blathering idiot in the courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know. But would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Yeah, we're so back. Oh my god. Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria, of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you all right? Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses teletestifying don't really need much else. So, he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here, nonetheless, as a courtesy. I love Sarah so much. I love Sarah so much too. She's so good. Ah! That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witnesses hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common waif? Waif? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in state basics. Basic? Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madame Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. The the true essence of actually. Like, this is pure actually distilled into a character. Like, that's who Makoto is. A hot streak. I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down their canopy access floor. Hello, Bland Beans. Hello, how you doing? To be honest, playing that guy like a fiddle implies too much necessary skill. She played him like a cheap kazoo. That's a really good point, Gwen. Oh my god. Good. I'm good. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I'm glad. Hello. Welcome. By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck on the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open? With a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir, it is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But when Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We've been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Ha! Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Oh my god. Profile. Rockford. Rockford? Really? Flower in the mirror, moon on the water? This is... Wait, I totally forgot. Emma likes turn-based RPGs. Ah, she's perfect. No. Could she make me swoon anymore? I swear. Anyways. And psychology. Okay, cool. Yeah. If your sword doesn't have a name, how will they know you care about them as more than a simple tool? True. She's so me. Oh my god. Wow. The girl of my dreams. Evidence. Sosuke's sword. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards, found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. I love this. I love that. I love that Sarah is the one who's actually getting along with the client more. I love it. And Morgan's just over here like, oh god. I'm a third wheel in the nerd train. She's so daughter. She's so daughter. I love her. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Third wheel in the nerd train? What kind of train only has 2 wheels? Honestly, real. Real, that's fair. Figures emerged from around the corner. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off of it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of the testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. 80. I love this. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from the all-public record. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's controls panel and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances. That sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it. Ooh, okay. Needles Yoru. A pineapple-head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came up first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Makoto is putting his talent for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling. A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yorli, we could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel appeared from the right. Time for the real shit? The man with... You got this? Thank you! Okay, let me... I'm gonna look at the profiles. So, I'm gonna look at the profiles real quick. We had tanks. Okay, not you. With Trey. We had Creek, who is the person in the pompadour. We had Miller. Were there 5? Were there 5 descriptions? That feels... Hang on. Okay, we get... Okay, so we get the needles and we get... Okay, so we get the needles and we get... the sword? We get the needles and we get the sword. Why would they bring the sword? If they had somehow knocked out Sosuke, why would they bring the sword? I guess that's a question that I have, but maybe that doesn't come up right now. Okay, I can look at the whole thing here. Pineapple head-like man, raincoat-clad hooligan. Okay, so that's Miller and Trunks. Or Tank. Or Tanks. Trunks, Tanks, I'm not sure. Okay, there were 4 descriptions. Okay, there were 4 descriptions. So that lines up. Scary. For real. Hello. Hello, Hop. How you doing? Blind -1. I don't know what that means. Okay, so needles. Projectile, hypodermic needles, were being Sosuke. Contents within were non-lethal. Anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. Other needles were found, needles identical to this were recovered in Crane Tower. Okay. Needle gun. A model used like same projectile, fingerprints on weapon were those of the victim Creek. Creek's data bad, dark card, dumpster, fire escape, Hans card, medical. I love the idea that this time is diegetic and Morgan is just staring into space, reviewing every piece of evidence while everyone else stares at her impatiently. Yeah, that's so real. That's honestly so real. So the needles and the needle gun kind of confused me a little bit. Let's see. Recovered from where Sosuke was being held. Contents within matched no. Let's go on. Front door, Mag-US. Needle gun. So the thing is, they didn't block all of them, I think. I think that's where we're coming from. But I don't know what matches that. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile. Needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Identified as taken along with Sosuke. Like, okay, so there's two potential lines of thought here that I could think of. It's either, why did they take the sword? Like, why did they take the sword but not the gun? Why did they take the sword but not the needle gun? Or they didn't block every shot. Like, I think they didn't block every shot would be the better one. But I'm given needle, so I'm given needle and I'm given sword. Why? Why am I given that? Why am I given one of those? Ugh. Because I don't think anything in those two seem to... It doesn't seem like anything in those two little bits. Needles. Needles identical to these. Meanwhile, everyone's staring at Morgan. 80s just jamming out to diegetic background music. True, this is a jam. Hi, Vatra. Hello. How you doing? Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. I don't... Did they? Did they block every shot? Or was it that they took a needle and... I'm not sure. Let's look at the specific evidence they have. They aimed at me, but Sosuke broke up between us and blocked every shot. They try... Wait a minute. They weren't trying to kill him, though. They weren't trying to kill him, though. Let me double check that, but they weren't. Contents within match the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. Okay. Yeah, like, okay. I think that's where we can get it. Hold it. Ooh, that animation. Hell yeah. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness had identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the man who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? Ooh. They were attacked by Creed's pod. They were attacked by some other party. I don't think there's any evidence. Something about it doesn't sit right. Okay, but here's the thing. Why do I have a blind of -1? I don't remember what that does. Evidence. For losing your credits. Since it's the first case you've done this chapter. Yeah, it's how much you stand to lose with a wrong answer. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I remember now. It's been a bit. It's been a bit since I've been here. Someone else's party? These are mostly Creek's datapad. First court? Yeah, no, it's been a bit. It's been a bit since I've done this. Profiles. Don't I have testimonies or something? Ironically, people who call themselves the core, I think this game's too big brain for us to ever actually play. Really? I mean, I'm playing on high roller, which is a harder difficulty, but otherwise it's pretty forgiving. With like, if you play on normal, it's pretty forgiving with letting you save and stuff, if you'd like. But I highly recommend this to everyone. It's really cool. Cut bindings. I don't believe there's anything. I used 0% of my brain while playing this and acted on pure animal instinct while raising all the stakes to the max, as Morgan intended. Ha! Real. That actually sounds really fun. With the Yuri instinct. The Yuri instinct, yes. If you have the Yuri instinct, then then it'll all be okay. Settings, terms. Okay. These are all terms, articles. No. I don't think there is any evidence to the contrary here. I don't think there's any evidence to the contrary that they did that. They were attacked by some other party. They were attacked by Creek's pod. I don't think there's any evidence of the contrary. I literally scanned through all of it. I think it's a stay. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But two questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable, modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto Security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey! What I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mic's not picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Oh, fuck! Shit! Okay, Morgan. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part, per se. Just an error of judgment. Fuck, what? Counselor Morgan! What's up? You can disconnect the call. Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh. So that's your angle. We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult their pride, and these Ikaria snap back. As reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Mikoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. Fuck, haha, yeah. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Needle guns, Sosuke med records, and needles. Wait, there's a difference? I mean, I guess there would be a difference. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning, and protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted the needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers, and without sustaining a single injury. That is false. Mock him, if you dare, for being captured. But that's not a failure. Not by any general's definition of the word. Hearing Mikoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Hang on. Let me go back. Boop. I believe it's all without sustaining a single injury. That is completely false. That has to be complete. That's like 100% false. We go to the phone, if we get the evidence, and we go to... Okay, it was needle guns, needles, and medical records. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. So, I don't think this is a great... I don't believe that this is a great indicator of anything, because we're talking about injuries at the time of the attack, if that's where we're going with this. So we're gonna go with needles. From where Sosuke was being held. Needle gun. Are there actually any pieces of evidence of it? But it wouldn't make... Okay, it wouldn't make any sense at all. It would make absolutely 0 sense. For Sosuke to not be injured in the slightest. Or at the very least have the needle. Have like a needle go in. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim, Creek. And they mentioned before that Creek was the one who... They mentioned before that Creek was the one who came out with the needle gun. Or that Creek was the one who came out last. I don't think there's anything in the medical records. If we look at the log... Hmm. I'm still thinking without a single injury seems like the biggest... Without a single injury seems like the biggest red flag here. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Like, you could talk about the medical records, but those were all injuries sustained after the fact. Or could be spun like that. I suppose, It could be the medical records. And I think the reason it could be the medical records, at least right now, I think it could be the medical records because it talks about blood. Okay, injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources, numerous bones left in left hand broken, internal bleeding. It's like, so he's clearly tortured. But the problem is, okay, if I'm remembering the events, we know that they did like actually hit him when he was in there for torture and for information, but they wanted him there for information. So the thing is some of these injuries have to be from the initial fight, right? They have to be. Maybe that's a bit of a leap. That might be a bit of a leap, but honestly, I might be willing to bet on it if I just think about it just a bit more. Let me check these. Oh, wait, that's why the needles are here. No, wait, no. That was time of arrest. I think the medical records, then. I think it's the medical records. Okay, that's my best bet. I'm gonna go with that. Hang on. Bam. Wanna bet? Got him. Unscathed is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. One look at the medical data from where he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at Blue Blood's den, not at Crane Tower. See, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, though. You're cooking very well already, thank you. Oh, these are hard, though. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your fist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing the elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. His testimony has been contradicted. His testimony stands. LMAO Sarah's the best. True. Hang on. He says he gripped it with... He gripped the sword with both hands, right? So if he broke his left, then that couldn't be true. Doesn't that issue, like, some kind of key detail? I don't... It feels completely wrong to say that his testimony stands. You look at the backlog. What does it matter? The defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator. It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. Sarah is one of the greatest characters in all of the Devilverse, for real. His testimony stands. His testimony has been contradicted. I think it's the two-handed sword thing. Yep, they match the right hand. No other prints found. Of course it does. How so? Fuck! Damn it! I was overthinking it. Maybe that was too early. Think before you speak, counselor. The student has enough trouble staying focused as is. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence that you had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru. Its name is Yoru. No, we get it. Did you have a point to make, counselor? Okay, so I was wrong about that. Okay. Yeah, I must have just been overthinking it. Young 80 and with Young 80 and Yumi. When are we getting the Sarah Investigations game? Haha! Hell yeah! There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords... Okay... The prints. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield a blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has two hands. Thank you, 80. Thank you for this lesson in basic human biology. I really appreciate it. It's really helpful to know that Sosuke does indeed have two hands, you know? It's crucial. It's absolutely crucial information, you know. We could just let 80 finish this case up. True. Feeling tired? Have fun trying to prove that Sosuke didn't do the crime that you definitely did. Thank you. Thank you, Hestia. Have a good rest. Have a good rest, all of y'all. She's clearly smarter. Real. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that the witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you know that I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Ooh, we do, huh? Well, that bigger issue might have to wait because we're gonna have an ad break. Sorry, I'm gonna leave y'all in suspense for a little bit. But yeah, this is interesting. Oh my gosh. This is so cool. I love it. I love it. Oh, this game's so good. Whee! This game's so good. I'm having a great time trying to solve this mystery. I totally fucked up that one thing, but it's fine. We're fine. We're fine. It's not the perfect run, but we're fine. Anyways. But yeah. It's really awesome seeing you back at it. Yeah, I'm super happy. I'm super happy to be back at it. I hope y'all are having a good time as well. If you're enjoying the stream, I will just ask make sure that you follow if you haven't already. That would be very lovely. I'd love to see y'all around. And we'll be taking a few minutes for break. Alrighty, everyone, make sure you get up, stretch, get some water, do whatever you need to do. And I'll see y'all back here in just a few minutes. See you in a bit.
Don't forget me! Think you can take me?
Alrighty, everyone, we are back. Alrighty. Ba-da-ba. Bap. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. We're back. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Timothy. Alright. Got it all set up. Let's get back to it. Makoto's testimony. Okay, now we get the testimony as evidence. Okay. Alright, Morgan, what's the bigger issue? Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it? Ugh. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor in a Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Whoa, wait a minute. There's like no evidence for these two, so it just has to be Creek. So it like has to be Creek. That's the weird thing though. I'm just like, why? Why would they give me a question like this? Okay, don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Max. It's Creek. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. Yeah, like I said, don't overthink it. Okay. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. Ooh, this is a jam. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. Shit. This is good. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, Worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. Oh, Worm? They give you that. Okay, so... he couldn't, like, they couldn't have. My favorite phrase in this whole game now, real. Fingerprints on the weapon matches those of the victim, Creek. Yeah, cause she was holding the gun as well. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Yeah, they had the gun. they had the gun. So it couldn't have been them, right? Am I overthinking this again? There also wasn't any DNA of Creek. Because if... Okay, if he held it by the scabbard, then like, she would have been cut, right? Like they would have been cut. And at the same time, he was holding the gun. He was holding the needle gun. I've been wrong about my raises before, but I don't wanna... I just have a feeling that, yeah, I have the feeling, and there's enough evidence to say that Creek couldn't have held it like that. No. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back in the elevator. Your sheath was thrust in my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. They played it back. They did play the whole thing back. That's funny. That was crucial. Hold on. No, that was crucial. That's funny. I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood. Yes, Your Honor. Very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did. Of course I did. You motherfucker. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Stealing evidence. Dude, is that... Oh my god. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistake here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. Oh, that... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that pose. That portrait. That's really good. That's super good. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. By putting his fingerprints on the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a load of bullshit. Hi, Morgan. Hi, Morgan. Hi. Hello. Hi. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... Oh, whoa, hey there, hey, whoa. This track! Oh. 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 Hey, hi. Hello. Hey there. My god. This is so good! This track is so good! Wait, oh god! My brain. How can I do a court case when this is in my ears? Oh my god. Bliss. Pure bliss. Oh, the people are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court. Oh. The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With the Foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Krieg character led a targeted ambush on the heir to the House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them a drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods, planning an attention to detail that may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Krieg's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. OMG, girl on girl action. Yeah! This is so... Hi, Shiki, hello! You have come in for me, having, like, my brain is kind of, it's not working anymore. It's not working. Both because there's peak music, and I'm really gay. Okay? My god. It's okay, girl brain, trust. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. What is this? Oh. Oh. She's becoming Luigi. She's becoming an Animal Crossing character. This is so good. This is so good. This is so good. This is so good. This is so fucking good. Okay. Okay, I know what to do here. Okay, I know what to do here at the very least. I saw that the needle gun was here. It has Krieg's fingerprints. Oh my god. Morgan and Emma are so hot. I can't. And this music's so good. And this chapter is so good. And I love these court cases. And oh my... Okay. This is so good. Alright, Krieg's fingerprint. Yep. Get out of here. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Krieg's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is... a pretty good point, actually. Wait, Sophie's lawyer fit is at the dry cleaners? So I completely and totally forgot to put on that other model. I'm not gonna lie. I completely forgot to put on that other model. Maybe I could check. Yeah. All good. Yeah. That broke my brain. I'm sorry, that broke my brain. Actually, If I'm gonna be like this for a second, I might just go. I might just like change the model real quick now that you bring it up. That's a great point. I'm gonna be. Hang on. You'll still be able to hear me. You'll still be able to hear me just fine. But yeah, I can do that real quick. I'm gonna do that. Sophie Hyde, real. Okay, there we go. Real, there we go. Okay, cool. What up, gamers? What up? We're here. I send you music? Oh my god, yes! I'm totally not gonna be listening to that all day. After the fact. There we go. Okay. I've had my extremely gay moment. Now it's time for, serious lawyer business. Alright. Put me in, coach. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots, as if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any further future comments to suggest that the Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking the plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints on Yoru. Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. And we already know they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense is belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of the crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with a trophy other than polish it? The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she'd flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim it with. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it! Morgan. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So does that mean she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because his captors have had a valid reason for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have a good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Ooh, the gun. I think it's the gun. Only prints are Sosuke's left hand. And his left hand is broken. His left hand's broken. So he couldn't have. Yeah. He couldn't have because the only prints were Sosuke's left hand. And the left hand was the one that was broken. So... all in. Wait. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creed. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. 80, come on. So he was polishing it right up to the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing the connection. I said wait. Is Sosuke... Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual, irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You, of all people, should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge on staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants. Yet. Huh. Alright. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Phew, yeah. 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. I love the fact that Sato and Sarah are friends. Yeah, it's so cute. It's so cute. Like seeing that little bonus interview that you get between Sato and Sarah is like so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so sweet, and it's just like she gets to explain a little bit of being trans to her, to Sarah. It's just so nice. It's so nice. I love it. Anchor 10, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tank's heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sigmund Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they showed his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from an insanguination. Sarah would already know, because Asimov's fifth law of robotics states that robots must be gay and transgender. Real, hell yeah. Blood loss resulting from laceration across his neck and by a sharp metal blade. That was the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull saw no evil. Heavens, Smiles, received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them, and he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely mechanical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third, and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks. Lakers, Creek, Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded? And he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? But we do have one other context clue to work with. The datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and the technician confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprint for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? I didn't pay attention when I first played, but Yumi's the only one to not exclusively he/him Creek. I thought Emma used they. A little bit ago. Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. I'll BRB, quick work meeting. I see. Hope it goes well. I thought Emma did a little bit earlier. That would be like a while ago, but... I don't think it goes that far. But the cot itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation. How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account? Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Ugh. Officer Tarkin Chopin. Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he has a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:44 or 10:14:04 p.m. Triggering an automatic 10-999 alert, officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker, ensuring every cop in the city would come running. Royally piston's safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize, then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma's brought her on the stand to establish the culprit's methodology? I think the methodology, right? Like, starting position is well established. Starting time, I don't know if that's super relevant. But methodology seems to be the biggest thing here. She wanted to establish the culprit's methodology. As in, what tools they used for each murder? That wasn't new information to me. Was it new to you? Not in the slightest. Sorry, poor phrasing. What I meant to say was sought to establish where the killer must have started their spree. Wait, really? How is that important? Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, as they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tanks' gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have the evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. Oh, this is so sticky. This is so sticky. Oh dear. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that makes you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth, firsthand, about every death except Chopin. In that case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? The timing? Murder weapons? Causes of death. Hi, Sato. Love you. Okay. Ba ba ba. 9:45. So, hang on. 9:44. Okay, so, So, summary of medical examiner. So, I feel like this ticking is really making me nervous, too. What do we know? The timing, right? The timing of it all. Because they got the murder weapons. The murder weapons are correct. Causes of death? I think it's the timing. Already established a timeline, an order of events. I could pick at details, but she's close enough. I know the truth. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Not positive, of course. This is tough. Not by the door in the holding room. The murder weapons? What's everyone else wrong about? $9.44. Yeah, it was the timing. The timing was it. Because they did specifically point that out, even though I killed him third, and he was the second to die. So it's the timing. The timing of each killing? Creek took a while to bleed out. That matters little here. Ah, fucking hell. It's not that. That they're wrong about? I already lost one. They don't seem wrong about... Sato went to great pains to reconstruct their time of deaths, but she can't possibly know the murder weapons. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking on a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Okay. Alright, cross-examination time. Okay. Oh, just a moment. Just a moment, y'all. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. I did not. I have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, and had anything been added to or removed from the crime scene, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Okay, time for questioning. Okay, we can't really... I don't think we can really pick at Chopin's cause of death. Let's check on those gunshot wounds. two individuals suffered gunshot wounds. You found that both matched a MAG US firearms that had been entered into evidence? I did. Shrapnel is by nature unpredictable, but the scale of the destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else. Didn't exactly learn anything new there. Okay, that is like super flimsy. That's super flimsy. We're staying. I'm going to the blade rooms. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hand suggests he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed on the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acted as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably tried to grab the blade. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? That's an interesting idea. I kind of want to try it. How many do I have? 93? Oh, I have plenty. Is there proof that he grabbed the blade? It's a great question. Let's stay. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back and punctured his heart, killing him. There was a massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. What does agitated mean? The wound was agitated? Yeah, I do wonder what that means, but I guess we can, like... I think I feel most confident about the blade wounds. Is there any evidence he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood in his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed a knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of the many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine on. Will that be enough? Ooh, okay. Now let's get a plus. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast. That would have been quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comment withdrawn. Quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Oh, that's interesting. That is an interesting line of thought. I think that's a good one to press on. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect from such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA from the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where blood is dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that would fit the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Cute schoolgirl outfit. This is my detective outfit. Wow. It's for thinky mode. For thinking. And thank you for this 5-stream streak. Wow. So, DNA on the tip of the sword smashed from Miller. Sword hand must have barely trembled. Entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect. Ba-da-ba-ba-bow. Gunshot. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly? As though after the impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack. Yeah. What up? Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body showed no signs of being moved. I'm curious, then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Yeah, it was. It was. Welcome back. Welcome back, Timothy. Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. A Zen trap. That's so apt. If you had, you'd seen there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How do you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying that the sword got stuck in the floor? That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? The sword couldn't have gotten stuck in the floor. Sword could have gotten stuck in the floor. I mean, like, it probably could have. It probably could have, but let's double check. So, Chopin's autopsy. Stabbed, impaled. Impaled. Hang on. If I look at the sword... Where's the sword? Especially the tip. Interesting. I think... So right now, I'm just thinking through, okay, there's the evidence relating to this is the sword. Uh... Um... They found it was impaled? So that just went all the way through, so... The sword could have gotten stuck in the floor. Did it? I guess there's nothing contradicting it. Not that I'm seeing, at the very least. I think... Yeah, I think this is a pretty sure stay. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then he fell face first. It makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of. Asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider, again, the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. I'd almost hear it. Yeah, I saw. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand. I'll stop in a second. I'll stop in a second once we get to this little questioning bit. When he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower, his left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. Really? Okay, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break. And I'll let this music play, but alrighty everyone, make sure that you get up, stretch, get some water, do what you need to do. And I'll see you back here in just a few minutes. See you in a bit. Alrighty, everyone, we are back. Alright. Got more to figure out. Got more to figure out. Thank you. The gun? Is it the gun or the medical records? Let's check the medical records. The only time you can make a fingerprint is, if you had enough grip for it. Ooh, the Mag US? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also be capable of gripping the Mag US? Ugh. That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claimed that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me get a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it just easier to say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer. Chopin's partner. Very well. Another summoned to the stand. No, name not found. What? What? Is that a family or a given name? Oh my god. Sarah. What? Yeah, got one big whole error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here. What? He had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Your star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, But you get the feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. The music is back, the music is back, the music is back, the music is back, the music is back. Yay! We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining, but it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's causing her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? This is so interesting. It's like she's firing on tilt. That's so, ooh. Defense is the only one with the prints on the gun. He's the only one with the prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. Angie. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. Which is the weakest one? I can't believe she got flaked on. That's insane. Defense is the only one with the prints on the gun. Check the gun. Defense is the only one with the prints on the gun. No one else's fingerprints are present. Then she said only one with the prints of the katana, which should also be solid, I think. No other prints found. Go back to the log. No other prints found, right? His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. That's the Makoto testimony. Creek's Pod is the 4 men who attacked them and said Sosuke defended him by wielding Katana Yoru with both hands. Okay, I think that's solid. He's found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. And as the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. Wait, wasn't his partner there? Hang on. Wasn't his partner there? Right? Chopin wasn't alone. And as a note, all questions I pose are rhetorical. I'm figuring this out myself. So, I mean, the longer I deliberate, also I get to hear this fucking banger. So, you know, that's always perfect, honestly. What was it? What was it that had... The answer is Yuri. Real. Just kiss Emma on the mouth. Morgan, that'll work. Is there anything here? Medical records. I swear, okay. I can't, is there anything? Is there anything here that indicates that let's look somewhere else. Profiles, Chopin? Okay, I swear to God, Chopin had a partner. If I remember right, Chopin had a partner. You, there's you. Mireille. Tanks, Trey, Sosuke, Sarah, Sato, Rockford, Reyes, Morgan, Mireille, Miller, Masters, Makoto, London, Han. Han was you, yeah, I remember. Daimani is the bartender. Creek. She's there, Chopin. Ballot propositions. See, okay. The thing is, I'm not finding evidence for it. That's the problem. What about the blood on the sword? Who else's blood was there? Okay, no. I'm like 90% certain that it has to be the fact that there wasn't just one person at the place, you know? Chopin. I swear to God he wasn't alone. But I can't find the evidence of it. So he was found first, and then 2 officers came in and for the arrest. Does it? I don't think that the murder weapons are the thing, right? So, If I go back to the backlog, she just fired off which one's the weakest one. Which one is the weakest one? Like, I can see it, but I don't know how a lot of this ties in, right? Like, how I feel like I know which one's the weakest one. Yeah, I feel like I know which one's the weakest one. The problem is I don't know what evidence lines up with that, right? Because I know, okay, so the thing that definitely does not make sense in the slightest. Okay, the thing that doesn't make sense in the slightest is the fact that, okay, I swear to God, Tariq Chopin had his partner there. Like, right? I'm not crazy. So, how would the wound have been aggravated? That's a question for later. We're thinking about now, but I'll file that one away later. So this first one was solid. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. That's also solid and true. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. That is true. He found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, that is untrue. Does that go under police testimony or only suspect? So, because we don't have a police testimony. He's found arrested standing over the body of a dead cop. Wait, didn't she just contradict herself here? Okay, so what does police... Okay, question... Okay, I'm like, what does only suspect versus police testimony mean? We don't know shit about the police testimony, right? We don't have that in evidence. Maybe we were given it, like, earlier. Maybe we were given it, like, way, way earlier, but not as, like, evidence at all. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna go on game context clues and say that these two statements right here are the only... It's the only living person left. Okay, I think just the unfortunate part of this is I don't know what these two things mean. I'm gonna go for only suspect. And I'm not 100% sure about it, but I have to take the coin flip. She just claimed that Sosuke's the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. Yes! Yes! Oh, we get a raid right here. Hi, Iva. Hello. Good shit. Thank you. Hi, Raiders. Hi. Welcome. Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, hi. My name is Soapy. I like to play indie games, platformers, RPGs, all that kind of stuff. And the goal of my channel is to teach, to learn, and to have fun. What were y'all up to? Oh, more Arknights. How's that been going? Today we are playing Of the Devil. It is the best way I could describe it is it's a lot like Ace Attorney, but a lot more cyberpunk. It's got the Danganronpa style, sort of like style edge to it. It's a really, really compelling cyberpunk setting that hits pretty hard with both its mystery and its social and societal commentary. So stick around if you're interested. We're playing episode 2. We're in the middle of the trial. It's been going good. I need to use my brain now though to build my new base. I see. Did we raid into a nice emotional moment? Y'all raided in right as I had solved. Y'all raided in right as I had solved a particularly tough mystery here. So the prosecution just had a witness flake on her, and she got really fucking pissed. And she called for a summary judgment, and we had to point out how to claim what, or which claim was fraudulent. Or at least weakest, because she was on tilt. Which one is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? We figured out she just claimed that Sosuke was the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. And I figured that out. Yippee. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. Oh, and also, yeah, our defense attorney is kind of a secret notorious killer. So the person we're playing as, you know, Morgan. Yeah, it's really wild. This is a wild fucking story. And I highly recommend it. Episode 0 is free. if you want to see it. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Ooh, that sounds good. It's so good. Okay, so I don't think it's the cloth. But there's the dark card. That's actually really compelling. I think that's actually a really compelling piece of evidence. I like that. That's where my instincts lead me. See, that doesn't imply anything. This also doesn't imply anything. They mentioned that this was Creek's. So the dark card was the only thing that couldn't have possibly been there beforehand. So, where is it? The dark card. What was that? The dark card found lodged in Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within the moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah. Almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a Blue Blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly canceled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would have likely been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor. But there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Ooh, really? Aw. Yeah, because that had Creek's fingerprint. And Chopin's. Right? Hang on. Let me double check that. So... dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she constructed her argument upon. Second shot, second last dead. Okay, so I suppose the thing we could point... Okay, I think the things we... There are a couple things we can point out here. I think that what I'm noticing is that Creek's fingerprints are still on the datapad, while the dark card was wiped of fingerprints. And I think what that means is we can definitively prove that Creek wasn't the one who owned the dark card, because if Creek was the only one handling the dark card, then the fingerprints wouldn't have needed to be wiped. That's my thought process, but I don't know which one would be the one to... I guess I could check real quick. I could check the evidence a little bit more closely. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. Ah, there we go. There we go. It's locked to Creek. You really think that the datapad found that the scene belonged to Creek? Technicians confirmed that it was keyed to his fingerprint, so yes, I do. Okay, wait, what? Why did she go that way? At least I did minimum bet. Then we'll go all in on the dark card. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek, despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. Scarlet Draw? Oh? This is a new track. What? Ooh. Ooh. If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth. Oh, this is good. This is a good song. You hit the other Lena Raine classic. Yeah. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought the dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the datapad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the datapad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on. You're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? It's hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive. But if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing the inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out that possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this to you because I love spending time with you all, and having a physical body, and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. Oh my god. Wait. What? Holy shit. That was crazy. That was insane. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. So how often does 80 get called perfectly reasonable? That is so fair. That is so fair. So, Aria Holdings is not a part of House Icaria? No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aria Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others.
That is very confusing.
No, it's... well, yes. It can be confusing, but it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, protects the house from itself.
If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be much simpler.
I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room.
Hi, Fide. Hello. How you doing? Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers?
You find his socials or something? Also, Morgan was so mad there. What the heck?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing really great. I am now returning to stream after a week of break. Spending it with someone I care about very, very much. And it was honestly super restful, so I'm really energized to get back to it, you know? It's been really fun. It's been really fun and exciting. Yuri week. True. You find his socials or something?
Yuri. I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs.
Right now? What's the headline?
City council member thanked heroic officer for his service.
Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it?
Emma's outranked.
If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of his fathers were present.
Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real.
Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes.
I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children.
Oh. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You're telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke?
Of course I would.
And force him to outlive his son? How could you?
Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Icaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of a seat of honor.
A subservient seat.
All seats are subservient.
Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke.
Retaliation for the fall of the leaves.
Quite the dignified way to refer to the Icaria killing all the Blue Bloods 30 years ago.
Anyway, it was my understanding that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the Blue Bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so.
Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke?
Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act.
No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message for you. If you're given a way out, take it.
Who told you that? Interesting. Interesting choice.
To be honest, Sosuke, I got a feeling I wasn't supposed to tell you who I heard it from. I'm just passing on a message.
Forget I asked. There's only so many members of the house who would want me to.
So did that message mean anything to you?
I'm not sure.
You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that?
There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or head of security, and I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin.
What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past?
The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably.
Undeniably?
What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from.
You kill, so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound?
But can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers.
So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam, but the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought. A very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all
true. I am. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year.
Did your courier business dry up?
Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role.
And what you said about guarding the previous heir? Waving your katana around as soon as you could walk?
The circumstances were different then, too.
Why tell me now?
Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it.
No, why didn't you tell me yesterday? No, why didn't you tell me yesterday? The first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai.
Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who can stay afloat with a lifeline.
Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about these kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people, and I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more. Aw,
Cute. Cute. Oh, I love Sarah. Courtroom 48B. Okay, stretch real quick, and I am probably gonna have myself... I'm probably gonna take our last break of the stream. I have a hard stop in a little over an hour, so I'll go ahead and take a break now, and then we'll keep going with the case for a little bit. We'll keep going for the case for a little bit, and then we'll wrap up. But yeah, to everyone new here, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope that if you're enjoying what you're seeing, I would really hope that you would pass me a follow, you know? I'd really appreciate it. I am trying to make streaming work full time if that's possible, you know? So, I would very much appreciate it. And I would love to see you all around again. And if you like Of the Devil as well, I am definitely going to be streaming more because holy crap, this is so cool. This is so freaking cool. It's awesome. But yeah. Alrighty, we're going to take a break. I'm going to make sure to get water. I can feel it in my throat a little bit. Make sure y'all get up, stretch, get some water, take care of yourselves, do what you need to do, and I will see y'all in just a few minutes. See you in a bit. Alrighty, we are back. Okay. Alright. Let's get on with this. More case. Welcome back, thank you. Okay. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene. Okay. Why did I kinda... Okay, wait. So, it was... So... Yeah, talking about London and Reyes. That's correct, ma'am. When the 1099 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Rogers still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived at the premise at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit. We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor? I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. But complaining about a detective not being as forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? I guess this is a simple question to start with. Why were you nearby? Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? And my partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say? It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is even impressed when his answer is that simple? I'm almost tempted to... Was the soup good? That's... Oh my god. I am... Okay, yeah, I am almost tempted to do that. Thank you for the stretch. Press. No backseating. No backseating, hun. But also, I know you're just messing around. Thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you very much. Sorry, I meant this bit, but like, I guess it... Either way, it's gonna look like it. No, I got it. Yeah, I got it. No worries. Stay. We'll stay on that. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point, and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. He was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 1099 on the third floor? Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs trying to defibrillate. How was the report made? Over comms, around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a... Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 1099? 10999? It's one of the several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? That's an interesting question. I don't know if... Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. and detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted. Okay, that's 2 little bits of info, but... Let's go with it. But by any chance, does your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules. Yo, true! Wait, true! Reyes is like that. Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn her body cam on? It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it is broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Interesting. How'd you clean the building? We're gonna run upstairs. 1017 is a common practice to separate from another. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Umu, overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes. Me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. Hell yeah. Let's go. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their question. Adonai just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one for them and one for us? More like an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor? Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on. This is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're they're already here. Oh, so you're approaching, and they're already here. This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crime. Is there that big of a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say?
that the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame, and that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with great blue hair and a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch! You got made with your shirt off? Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believed that he is in fact the deadliest soldier the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Ugh, girls fighting. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me a chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds. And I'll have my client served up a mistral before the day's through. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you have a nice time. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feet for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what this witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor the concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time that as I, or the state, feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So, we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with the tales of the Hound's exploits on top of all that. Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would. Please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes? He's finally here. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really? But The redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Fuck, shit. Get roasted. Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. London catching strays! London catching strays! So if you hadn't fought against that redirect up to the very last moment... Bullet caught. Huh. Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. Sarah. Good shit. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria.
and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Patrol Officer Rogers, reporting for duty. You don't have to say that.
Sorry, I'm just, reporting for duty.
Name and occupation.
Patrol Officer Hugh Rogers. Occupation? Patrol Officer. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier.
It's fine. The courtroom understands that the city council had need of you.
When I said my name wrong, it won't happen again.
And your tardiness.
What's that?
Being hours late to this trial?
Did I not set a reminder?
Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all?
No. Not at all.
I'd think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. I'd soak him in milk and throw him at a wall. Holy shit. It's very specific, but you know. Pop off. Pop off, Queen. You must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers?
Right. From where?
The start!
Oh. Well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. And so, off we went.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, shots echo down the lower wards, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it'd have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble, even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down. No one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle.
Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? Suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but... Huh. So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked.
Yeah, and so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor, and we heard a loud slam.
A slam? What kind of slam? Like slam? Or like slam? Or like slam?
I don't know. It was loud though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes on ahead. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me, saying everyone was dead, and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together when I saw a man that man there, standing over him.
Let the record say that the witness had finally identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? To prevent escape, I think, right? That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. with more speculation, with some helpful theorizing, capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind, and the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He would only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was. Ooh. What caused the noise Chopin heard? I guess the dumpster? I guess the dumpster. Right? Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? Oh, right, yeah, because the dumpster's down on the ground floor. Yeah. It's specifically very loud, so... A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there.
Hey, now, it left my ears ringing too, you know.
What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the 3rd floor to the street without going past the 2 cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up to it. But anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh, yeah. I can kinda see it. Ooh. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No. Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai, I'm thinking. I know, but might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking and instead flip the go board like you told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled this crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Haha, Sarah's right. Sarah's right though. Hell yeah, that's my girl. That's my daughter. Yeah. It's proof that someone was in the room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them, and they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secure. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I want to get it out, but I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Ugh. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then, the witness may continue? Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutia for us, line by line.
Like, every detail?
Especially the irrelevant ones.
Sir, yes, sir.
I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes.
It was quite a night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, and there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
This dude's so nervous. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying perked up is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Sound system, fire escape, front door. My partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the door. We entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Yeah, that's a contradiction. They said it was dead quiet. Yeah, hang on. Let me double check that. So and arrived to find the building dead quiet, but that's not true, right? Hang on. Hold up. How could you arrive to find the place dead quiet when was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now.
Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs.
So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear the music from the first floor.
Oh, well, yeah. Heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside.
Only after you stepped inside?
Yeah? A sturdy door, I guess.
Your Honor, the witness has established the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound.
But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming.
The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex, of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looking new, like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly... soundproofed. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it, even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open. He might have nearly neglected to mention that he heard the music at the time.
Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right?
Ah! Fasten the uptake, this one. I'm looking at this arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes of my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing the crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first, once you've got it spinning consistently. Yes, Your Honor. The windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but opened by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics. That's that intense, Counselor. You claim the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down in the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows into the room that face into the room when open. As if you claim the windows were closed when he was shot, as blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. That's... Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows is that at the time of the murder, the windows were exactly as we found them. Flung open. Our logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn with any given piece of evidence, but I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Let's check. Let's check those windows. Interesting. So, it's that Creek bled out. I'm not very certain about this one. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. Helps keep you from getting flipped around. So is it the windows? I mean, would it make any sense at all for... I'm not super confident in this one, so I'm not sure if I want to bet more than the minimum, but...
So it's the windows. Blood splatter across the windows. I guess, like, if it's sprayed behind him and he was positioned there, why would it splatter to both sides of these windows? That makes no sense. At the same time, there's also fingerprints on the window handles. Match Creek. They match Creek and the rest of his pod. So, huh. I think it's... I don't think it's so... it's probably not the fact... Look at the log. It's all down to the position, though, right? Right? Because if the windows were open, if the window was open, then both sides of the windows wouldn't have had splatters on them. At most, only one of them would have. So it could be any one of these three. But I think the flaw is the fact that he was shot in front of the windows. Like, Creek was shot in front of the windows. So like her blood was only... in front of the windows. Is it this? Are you sure that was Creek? Oh, what the fuck, Morgan? Well, good on you for sticking with your gut. Okay. I'm glad I didn't bet more on that. So, blood across the windows. I think it's the fact that it has the blood across the windows. I'm gonna max bet on it. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. There it is. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up just right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood splatter. See, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said earlier. But I didn't realize they slid open. That's fascinating, actually.
Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if the ARC's data could just tell me whether the windows were actually soundproof. I thought the ARCs could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to do. Waste the court's time? Sarah and 80 sibling energy. True! It's really fun. 80 craves the toxic area. Yes! Also, it's this one again. It's this again. It's this song again. Ugh. Ah. Yay. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof, but she also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general, but I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of the underdogs, lovers, and dreamers, the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, haven't they? I love the the trading of the music. It's so good. It's so good. I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floor beds and forensic evidence? Yeah. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate the theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Roger and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Hearing gunshots in lower wards, head towards the sound. Yeah, wait, hearing the gunshot. No, that doesn't make okay, hearing the gunshot doesn't make sense because if they're soundproofed and the windows were closed, there was no opening, and then the sound couldn't escape and reach them. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. I'm betting it all. I'm betting everything. Let's go. Heard gunshots in the lower wards, head towards the sound. How could the 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh crap. Yeah. You physically can't stop going all in.
if Scarlet Draw is playing. True! It's so true. It gets you all fired up. It gets you all fired up. Ready to go. Holy fuck.
Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about?
It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible?
But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in.
And true enough, I can see it right here in the police network database. It's exceptionally hype. Yeah, it's so good. 9:45 p.m. Officer Terry Chopin reports shots fired. Reports shots fired. So he did. And since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. Yeah. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself?
Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so...
That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network?
Well, one report is usually sufficient.
But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers?
I never heard any gunshots.
Hang on, are you really? So you never heard a peep, but your partner... He somehow managed to waltz you both over exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed before anyone else got there?
I just drove where he pointed, so...
Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I shouldn't stop you. And I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like you got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. Woo!
Tumult? Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason?
No. Well, the first time we met, she did, technically.
Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line.
The gallery is pretty poorly behaved, too. You gonna rein this in, or should I?
Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there was no panic button, no phone records to suggest no one was ever sent. True. True? That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen, and by all accounts, a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make that would make the headlines. What are you? What are you? Ooh. Oh, we're presenting articles. Okay. Let's check them out. Wait, that's wrong. Convention? Hmm. Like, that one makes the most sense. I don't think these bombings are a thing. I think these are unrelated, if I remember right. This doesn't seem to be notable. The ballot propositions? Funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects. Sponsored by Chopin, How Industries, and Wickham. Okay, so the pillar, so like this pillar one, funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Project. If I remember right. Kind of like, what else? Best I got here is the ballot measures. Chopin wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods. Like, the convention also seems like a possible one. Let me look at those again. Like, we've got private. What was the card again? Hang on. Cyanus Security? So let me think. I've narrowed it down to either ballot propositions or the convention. And I know that the ballot proposition has the second one that has Chopin and Chopin here. The Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting? Yeah, I did notice that. I do remember noticing that. How Industries. Wickham. I'm just reading this real quick. I think Emma might be bourgeoisie. A bit, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Emma's my type. In spite of whatever else, but you know. So is Morgan. Let's see. Yumi. Go with 80 and replace her coolant with Pepsi. Give me honestly, I would go with Sato. Because yeah, Sato. Sato. Yummy, is it yummy? Ah, yummy. Sato's awesome. Ah, ba ba ba. What am I missing? Is it... Let's check the logs. Without an unusually strong motive, the kind of thing that would make the headlines. That's a 50-50 if you're not sure. All in. Oh my god. So the thing about it is that, okay, if I go back to terms, go back to Blue Blood. So I could see... Okay, I could see the... I can see the argument for both. And I feel like there's holes in both, too. That's the problem. I feel like the problem is that there's holes in the two. Because, like, renaming, renovating Atlas Pillars... I don't know if that's as strong of a headline measure as... the political convention for security, you know? Since they have that security company. But we know that the Chopins are involved in this one. You know what? I'm gonna go with the name. I'm gonna go with the name. How about a donation to his parents? What, through the evidence? What? I'll do it in a bit. Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measures specifically. Oh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the... funding of the Atlas Pillars Rejuvenation Project. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course, the mother of all paydays for anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute. You mean... you... Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? I wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question, less rhetorical this time. The crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there? Ooh. Why was this at the crime scene? We know this, we know this. We know that. We know this. I guess we don't know why this was here. I guess we don't know why that was there. Why was this at the crime scene? Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. But you can still make it a reference to P492 right here. Ah, that struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. Yeah, that was the one. I see. That makes sense. You'd have to get past the Blue Bloods. Or through them, with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure if I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Gaquito? What's that? She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city?
Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night. When we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. It is a bit of a pickle. What have you got for us, witness?
What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever.
Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by the CI that he neglected to inform his partner about.
Hey, Chopin wasn't...
A patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner. That sounds horrifically corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory?
Corrupt? You've got brass, all right.
That's real rich coming from... Wait, that's real rich coming from a mob lord defending the Hound of Ikaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was regrettably a slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd?
Seriously? He's the Hound?
But isn't the Hound that...
Cop killing animals.
Knew that whole house stank like shit.
Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Or what? You'll stab us in the back, too?
Sosuke, please calm down and shut up.
But Apple taking the whole house with him.
Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing...
It's not enough you butchered him like that.
Animals!
You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave, too.
At least his moonboats know their place.
How dare you? Well, you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards.
The piss running in your face. Sarah,
Hold him.
pardon?
Stop him from doing anything stupid. Now!
Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough.
Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak.
Dollar Brothers! This heat. By the house. Tension like a haze in the air.
By the roots.
And on the back of my neck.
Every last one!
I would have taken you out when I had the chance, you...
A bead of sweat. And something that feels like... Uh-oh.
Holy frick! What the fuck? You son of a bitch!
Behind us!
Get down!
What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun.
Whoa!
No, the ads came in! Fuck! Shit!
Hi, Milk. Hi. Oh, this is insane. Holy shit. Damn it. I wish I caught that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. The gun caused the ads. Oh my god. What the fuck? Holy. Capitalism gun. Goddamn, for real. I'm gonna try not to progress. You will make money, gun. God damn it. God damn it. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a second. I'm just gonna process. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? Huh? What? Holy. My favorite boy. Goddamn, London. Goddamn. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. We're gonna be waiting for the ads to be done. But, like, Jesus. Like, okay, also those sprites. The sprites? Those were so cool. Those were so freaking cool. Like, holy crap. That was awesome. London. What? The fuck? What? Okay, a lot just happened there. Also, it seems like the ads are done, so we can continue. We can continue now. Okay, what's up? Ugh. Oh my god. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Are you hit?
Sosuke, I am not injured.
The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by a chill of cold sweat on my lower back.
But why did you push me down?
What? What do you mean, why? Why did I take my time, turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exit, but the sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Quasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless flicker across his face. A cold and sharp like frostbitten verse. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only see it once, at the very end. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? What the hell happened out there? How did that man get into the courtroom? The building? And with a weapon like that? Whatever the hell that was. It
was his own arm, Madam Barrows. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low-tech. It uses simple air intake systems and projectiles made of enamel.
Enamel as in teeth? Where on earth do these people...
Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. Looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done.
And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land?
No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of the courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought or stolen, and had it modified to get him in the building.
Would that work?
Only needs to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky he stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive.
This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now?
The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed.
As I recall, the adjutant cut their feet the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the House of Icaria, so they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well,
You'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed.
allegedly.
There is no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, Counselor.
So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he?
The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Brinson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault.
Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops, it's quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's pod?
Meh. Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves.
So trying to excuse Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial. About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A Blue Blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia has convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Icaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him. Let alone 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still on lockdown? Is the building still on lockdown?
Standard procedure says to keep it that way for another half hour.
We would have to... The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could...
Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank.
We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished
tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fine, yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout, like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy?
Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am.
Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the Hound Vicari on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Vicari are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me? Remembering me? Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. Morgan, you are the most modest. For real? Huh? I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spend all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass, just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I never felt bad about it at all. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, in that half-stuttering sigh, I'm not sure she even heard it herself.
Whew. Goddamn. Okay, so I'm going a little later than I thought I would, so we're probably gonna have to wrap it up here.
A lot to process, for real. What the heck? That was crazy. This is where I ended during this point. That is fair. That is really fair. This is a lot. This is a lot. Oh boy. But, yeah. Alright. Alright, so we are going to... Bam. I guess this doesn't change. Weird. Okay, so we're gonna end this here, but please stick around. But I hope you stick around because we're gonna be rating out. Thank you all so much for watching today. It's great to be back. It's great to be back at this, and today was awesome. I think it was really extremely thrilling. It was so thrilling. Oh my god. That was so much. Thank you for stream. It was wonderful to see you back at it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited for many more adventures. But yeah, let's see who we shall raid. Well, howdy, hey, we've got someone here playing of the devil. Ooh. We got a friend of ours playing of the devil. We're gonna be raiding into Alexi. But yeah. Pop. There we go. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching today. It was such a great time. I had a blast. I hope y'all had a blast too. If you are not subscribed, you can use this raid message. And if you are subscribed, please use this raid message. Thank you all so much for watching today. If you enjoyed what you saw, please, 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 please consider giving a follow. That would be greatly appreciated. I am trying to make this work as a full-time thing, and it would mean a lot to me if you would stick around and I would be able to see y'all again, or at least y'all would be able to enjoy what I have coming up next. This week, I will be starting a new Pokemon Nuzlocke, and I'll be playing some Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on Friday to take some notes. For an eventual lecture stream that I have planned on Xenoblade Combat. But yeah, next stream will be Renegade Platinum. Thank you all so much for watching today. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your day. And hearts to each and every one of you. Bye-bye!